Forney on the right. Little Blue and Craig Lucas, NJBA regular, test and tune, 540 BBC TR1, Fielder Construction and Roofing, Makins V Drives. Heart Attack, Cole Forrest in the left, the 977 entry, Joey Gross Canyon, 565, Gross Racing Engines, Forest Transportation, KL Engineering. First pair of the day. Heart Attack, Cole Forrest over there in the left. 605 on a test and tune, 131.07. Not too shabby right off the trailer. Little Blue and Craig Lucas over there in the right goes 633 at 142.29 on the mile per hour. And that thing was cooking at the other end. And we got No Name and Mark Lane over there in the right. The Rogers BBC 500. Stephanie Lane. Wife helping out. Jim Leonard. Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty. Joey Gross, Gross Racing. And Kevin Felkins, left lane, the 565 entry double down. Cole Forrest. Mark Lane, the Rogers, always looking good, getting down from point A to point B at a 7:01, 120.28 mile per hour, 7.26 for double down, 111.73, and they're going to red light the course, I believe. Believe they got to get a PWC down to the other end. All right, looks like they'll throw a single down in the left till they get things worked out. Jeff Martin and Pooch, a regular out here at NJBA. From the LBC, Long Beach, California. The Noonan 540 Cole TR4 Bullet. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo helping out, along with NGK Spark Plugs. Anthony Frank and Andy helping out on the boat. Owned by Jim Whiteley. Pooch in the left lane. Pooch comes to life. Jeff Martin on a single left lane. Letting the water calm down a little over there on the right side. Always runs that thing like it's on rails. Pooch Jeff Martin, first pass of the year, goes 589 at 137.63 miles per hour. One of the more consistent blown gas flats out here at NJBA year after year. Pooch and Jeff Martin looking good on the testing tune. Smoking Whitey and Jim Shelton, Stockton, California. The 3D 500 Chevy, 3D Custom Boats, Joey and Ron Gross Racing. Rick McGee, Adams Underground, and Screw Crew. Smoking Whitey and Jim Shelton getting out of it early. Through the lights at 11:04, 41.53 on a test and tune. All right, looks like they'll go with the license pass in the right lane up next. So the license pass, quick draw, Randy Reynolds, 521, Brad Anderson. And it'll be in the right lane. And quick draw, Randy Reynolds on the hard launch. A licensing pass, 13.64 down at the other end. Trying to gather that thing in. Had his hands full on the launch. And it'll be drag this in the right. Tyler Riggs, Chevy Cold TR4, 557. Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing. And the 75 entry, Mad, Amy Ann Freeberg. The 73, DeMarco Runner Bottom, Ford 427. Maloof Race Engines, Sammy Maloof, Tom Bentley V-Drive, 3D Fiberglass, Derek Staberg. DeMarco Boats, Sonny DeMarco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Cal Concepts, Dion Giuliano, Treeberg Law and Legal Minds. Her dad used to race this boat 73 to 1976 and left her the boat when he passed away. And they brought the boat back to life, and it's great to have her out here. .931, Tyler Riggs, and drag this, 68.03 on the mile per hour. 1044 for Amy Ann Freeberg, goes 68.13 through the lights. The 25-20 entry in the right, Heebie Jeebie, Michael Jewell. Orange, California, the Chevy 500. Cole, special thanks to Craig Road, the engine builder, Steve Kenneth, and the Heebie Jeebie crew. High strung, Gary Riggins, Visalia, California. The 500 Chevy 3D Hondo. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, also Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing Engines, Sean and Frank. High Strung and Gary Riggins. It's a good looking drag boat. 6.10 at 130.18. 628 for Heebie Jeebie at 129.72. And it's a ET record shown on the screen. All right. Staff members at NJBA would like me to remind you, you will get a ticket if you're seen riding in your boat outside the gates. Don't know why anybody be doing that, but. I saw a guy doing it at the Rose Parade. Fire me up. Sam Villavicencio, Ojai, California, the Chevy 470. Joey Gross for building a great motor and raising the bar of our race team. Crew Chief, Dave Filichowski. Crew, Keith, Angie, and Lisa for the support. Thanks to Wayne Metler for his constant help and guidance. Fire me up. Couple of them doing some dancing at the starting line on a Saturday morning test and tune. Fire me up. Sam Villavicencio goes 6:23 at 122.53 the mile per hour. Blown by Twins, right lane, Randy Melvin. Mesa, Arizona, the Twin Turbo LS. Love the sound of this machine. 427 Cheyenne. 2S2G Contracting, Swim Step Mafia, Glidewell Performance Marine, Whitemeyer Racing, Superior Billet, Evans Motorsports, D&D Refrigeration, High Tech Performance, 629 Racing, KP Automotive, Brian Nelson with Jet Products, Norco Automotive, Noah White, and special thanks to my wife and crew for putting up with me. Blown by Twins, Randy Melvin, test and tune, right lane. Little bit of issues out there for the blown by Twins, Randy Melvin boat. To the 660 with a 422 at 106.5. Right lane, Abracadabra. I'm Bob Prickmore, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The Placecraft 572, D&E BBC. Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter, David Ebert. D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, Kornowski Custom Marine. The Butcher, Cole Irick, left lane. 632 Howard. Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Special thanks to Kurt Williams, Robbie and Kim, Lori and Allie. Prigmore, Abracadabra over there on the right, 674 at 124.15. Irick having some issues in the Butcher. And he'll get it down there to the other end, 29.31 at 123.43. And they'll take a look at the Butcher. And Cole Irick will be back. Left lane, JoJo Masick, Child Abuse, the Canyon 555 Big Block Chevy. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out so quickly. Nick Rose Insurance, Got Flat, Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance Machine, PW Racing and Fab, Naughty Shine. Special thanks to Dad and Steplow, the Roaches, Grandma and Auntie, Sisters, and Jade. Bastard, Brandon Owens in the right, BBC, 540 Liberty. Pro Comp Flat and a Model Eliminator. Test and Tune. Engines come to life for Bastard Brandon Owens over there on the right. Child Abuse, JoJo Masick in the left. Test and Tune run. 676.70, JoJo Masick, child abuse in the left. 120.14 the speed. 8.15, 99.69 the mile per hour for Bass Turd and Brandon Owens in the right lane. It'll be alcohol abuse. Ted Pittman in the right. Singer, 540 Merlin. Big-O Tires. Colorado Hills. Rex Hutchinson Racing Engines. Poser Racing. Bad Medicine. Jordan Endler. San Ynez, California. 540 Cole. Mark Emerson. Up the rooster in the right lane, a 582. 582 in the right, 157.11 the mile per hour for alcohol abuse. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler in the left goes 657 on the elapsed time, 122.34 the mile per hour. Blacklist and Nicholas Childers. The Rex Childers owned boat. Bakersfield, California local. 521 Brad Anderson Hondo. Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports. Josco Construction. Jeremiah Allen Racing. Hans Wernhardt. CP Carrillo. Nick Horton. George Johns. Born Vintage Hot Rods. Rex and Tracy Childers. Lloyd and Ellen Childers. Paws and Claws Pet Resort. Cold-blooded in the right. That's Kelly Black. Chevy 520 Cole. HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise. Sean and Frank, and thanks to Brad Black and James for all your help. .632, 110.88 for Blacklist. Nicholas Childers in the left. Right lane, cold-blooded Kelly Black goes 652, 129.61. One more toy and Steve Penberthy in the right. Sparks, Nevada, Mike Miller Chevy, 540 Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Promised Land, Kenny Boswell, the 540 Gross Sanger in the left lane. You guys, we need the golf carts all off the lanes, please. Move the golf carts towards the water line, please. Promised Land, Kenny Boswell with the hard launch, 709 at 122. One more toy and Steve Penberthy, good looking pass in the right lane, goes 607, 127.75. Once again, we appreciate it. You guys moving those golf carts down towards the water line. They covered it at the drivers' meeting. Want to keep the lanes clear. And we appreciate your cooperation. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the right. Paso Robles, California, the Chevy 565 Canyon. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Machine. Marine, Digital Prop Technologies. Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toves Welding. The best crew in the biz, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. No Name, Mark Lane, second test and tune already on the day. BBC 500 Rogers, Jim Leonard's, wife Stephanie Lane, Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross, Gross Racing Engines, and Kevin Felkins. Having some trouble that time down to 644. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the right. Had Mark Lane on the screen, but we'll have timing and scoring look into that one. Touch too much, Stephen McNeil, the Gross Blown BBC 5 Jetstar. Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance, United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Mohan Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. All right, we'll work it out in our timing and scoring. I was still showing that was Mark Lane, which it wasn't. And it was showing a left lane 659 at 129.86. In the right lane, Zach Rauscher, Alpine, California, the Miller BBC 570 Cheyenne, BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Rawls Precision Machine. And a special thanks to all my great friends and family for making it possible. Tony, Mike, Sarah, Peyton, Trevor, Shelly, Shannon, Madison, and Tyler, Andy and Stephanie, Maverick, and the Phelps family. Right lane. Not available for the boat name, Zach Rauscher. Attention in the pits, we'll be shutting down test and tune lanes at 10:30. So if you show up at 10:31, you will be denied. We are shutting down test and tune at 10:30 sharp. Zach Rauscher taking it out to the 660. 397 at 113.31 mile per hour. Scheduled pair up next on the rope, the 724 on the right, Whitey, Duncan Patterson. Lone gas jet at Alpine, California, the Tunnel 565 cubic inch Chevy. JP Marine, Blue Skies Heating and Air Conditioning, Mike Miller Racing Engines. Henry, Tyler Souza, the 000. 540 Gross, Chevy DeMarco, Tracy, California. Cannon Marine, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Thanks to the crew, Cheryl, Rich, Mike, and Bob. $5.99 for Whitey. Duncan Patterson, $5.99 at 121.34. 6.43 for Henri. Tyler Souza, 126.90. Cherry Popper and Charlie Craig will be in the right. PW Racing and Fab, Prestige Power Washing, Case Home Remodeling, Cooler Cards, Hotline Welding and Solutions, Sperry Works, DM Industrial Supplies, Pinstriping by Poot, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development, Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds in the left, Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Jeff Bennett Analytics. Special thanks to my wife, Mom, Danny, and Uncle Mike for making it all possible. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds goes 732 at 101.96. Cherry Popper, Carly Craig in the right, 8.15, 94.17. Good looking pass for Carly. Stroker Ace and Chris Owens, the 522 boat. Left lane out of San Diego, California, the 572 Chevy Cheyenne. Rawls Performance Machine, powered by Bostic Racing Engines. Left lane for Stroker Ace, Chris Owens. Test and tune. We're going to close the lanes at 10:30. Don't show up at 10:31. You'll be denied. Test and tune lanes close at 10:30. Stroke Race and Chris Owens, left lane single test and tune. 6.01 on the elapsed time, 121.38 the mile per hour. All right. No boat name on the 2370. It's Garrett Hollenberg out of Clovis, California. No other information on the boat. Right in front of them, and they really wait. Yeah, I'll really wait it out. Sometimes I'll still do it too early. Great launch, but had some issues. That's why it's test and tune. Garrett Hollenberg gets it down to the other end. That is one clean-looking drag boat. 16.67 at a 31.58 on the test and tune. Once again, we're cutting it off at 10:30. Don't show up at the lanes at 10:31. They won't let you in. We are cutting off test and tune at 10:30. And now we're showing the 959, a touch too much, Stephen McNeil. We'll see if it's him. Gross blown BBC 5 Jetstar boat, Gross Racing, high-tech performance. United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Moe Machine, Rex Hutchison. Flat confused, Joe Martin, the Giroux TR2 540 Gross Racing. Hutchison Racing Engines, Gross Props. Frank, Daryl, Sean, Toby, Melissa, and crew. $809 for touch too much. Stephen McNeil, 104.76. Called two of them at the rope showing on the screen. Got one of them getting down to the other end on the test and tune for touch too much. Hey, I'll get it right this time. We got no name, Mark Lane. The Rogers BBC 500, Jim Leonard, Stephanie Lane, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross, Kevin Felkins. Flat confused, Joe Martin. The Giroux TR2 540, Gross Racing. In the left, blown gas, flat bottom. Top Eliminator, test and tune. Flat confused, Joe Martin will go 6,002 with a 140.45 the speed. No name, Mark Lane goes 698, 119.01. In the right, snake by Jay Brakefield. Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Robert Simmons Racing Engines, Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons. Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. If looks could kill, Steve Rash. Upland, California, the 540 Chevy Advantage. Steve Rash Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, lefties, pinstriping. How about a 655 for Snakebite, Jay Brakefield, 123.43. If looks could kill, Steve Rash in the left, 783 at 102. Last toy, Sean Giroux in the left, Hysteria, California, the 540 Chevy, Cole TR2, Hutchison Racing Engines, Roy Cook, the engine supplier, Paul Koosh, Melissa Koosh, Joe Martin, Pam, Roy Cook, Sean Giroux. A regular at NJBA in a consistent run and drag boat. Sean Giroux and last toy goes 609, 132.94 on the mile per hour. Kryptonite and Sean Thurston goes 6.66, 123.16 the mile per hour. Pinball Wizard Drew Dominique goes 853, 98.49. Scheduled up next will be little sister Jared Phillips. Donnie LeBon, the boat owner. The Ford 521 in the Placecraft. Friday driver is Drew Dominique. That can't be if he just went out in Pinball Wizard. Jim Pachota Racing, Hydrophobia Racing, Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Pump Life, WCRO Medra. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen. Kevin Felkins is the boat owner. Bakersfield, California, the local shoe. 526, Brad Anderson in a Mako. Canyon Speed Marine, Clean Blast Abrasives, DPT, Digital Propeller Technology. Ron and Joey Gross, the Big Dog V-Drive Run. July 24th through 26th, Windmill Cove. All right, obviously having the issues over there on the left for the Wild Child boat, Jeremiah Allen. And they'll bring over the jet ski for a little assistance. Little sister over there on the right holding the rope. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen, truck and trailer, the 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer 255, back to the in-ramp. Now we got little sister and Jared Phillips. The Placecraft 521 Ford. Over the right lane.
Tells you like how much demand.
972, little sister Jared Phillips, 81.22. Running the modified eliminator class. Truck and trailer for boat 313 to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 313 to the in-ramp. Well, they tried it again. Tough break there. Wild Child Jeremiah Allen having some issues. And now it'll be truck and trailer for the 255 to the in-ramp. 255, truck and trailer to the in-ramp. All right, they'll get the personal watercraft to help out with the Wild Child boat. It'll be Austin Cole, the 629, Bad Business. Unlimited Outlaw, Auburn, Washington. The Ultra Tona Papche, one-of-a-kind hull, 600 Ford. Helping out on the boat, 629 Racing, KP Automotive, Axis Adis, Curtis Custom Cranes, ADOS, Axis ADOS, Weimer Components. Special thanks to Ken P., Brenda Green, Marjorie Cole, and my amazing daughter, Abigail. See what Austin can do here. First test in tune. $389, a 3.89 to the 660 for Austin Cole in Bad Business. 115.44 was the mile per hour. Wes Cohn and Crazy Train, the 424 boat. 471, Brad Anderson, Cornell. Crazy Train moving down the track in honor and memory of Charlie Kirk. RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, Andy DeMint Landscaping. Special thanks to my wife, family, and crew. All right, we're going to be closing the gates for the staging lanes for test and tune. 15 minutes. Don't show up at 10:31. They'll turn you down. Test and tune closes down at 10:30. Loading up the rope down there at the starting barge with a few more hitters here giving it a go on the test and tune. We're going to shut it down at 10:30. So time running out if you're planning on a test and tune. All right, here we go. First capsule run of the day. It'll be Westcon and Crazy Train, the 424 boat. 471 Brad Anderson, Cornell. RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pavement, Andy DeMint Landscaping. Special thanks to wife, family, and the crew. Crazy Train. West lays down a 581. 581 at 139.86 the mile per hour. Angry Black and Paul Bauer in the right. Pro Comp Flat, Discovery Bay, California. 2000 RGR 555 flat Chevy. Mom Corporate Construction Services, Mad Dog Racing, Gross Racing Engines. Out of Control and Jim Howard, Granada Hills, California, the 568 Canyon. RMS, Arizona Boat Guys, O'Grady's Bar, Howard Signery. Extreme Boat Mist. Andrews Powder Coating, LNL Anodizing, Balboa Boulevard, Elite Reels. McLaughlin Supply, Bear Trailers, Lifeline, LA Golf Carts. Thanks to the crew, Robert, Billy, Steve, Sue, Kristen, and the crew chief, Mark Reese. And thanks to the NJBA staff for all your hard work. Final boats on the test and tune. On qualifying Saturday, the season opener. Go get your season opener t-shirt down there. Brad Martin, SoCal Jet Boats. RESP for the 50-50 raffle. $50 going to the winner, 25% going to RESP, 25% will go to NJBA, mixing it up a little bit. And you can see Abigail for a raffle ticket, or head on down Manufacturers Midway Vendor Alley and see the ladies at RESP. 87.9 on your FM dial. 87.9. Have it on in your pit area and your tow vehicle. I'd like to thank MJ's Action Photography. I know he's around here somewhere. I saw him earlier. Matt Coach is here also. Ryan Lopez working Stiff Lifestyle. Okay, we called him up, introed him earlier. Out of control, scheduled to go left lane. Angry Black, right lane. Paul Bauer. Angry Black, Jim Howard out of control. Performance Eliminator and a Pro Comp flat bottom. That's why it's test and tune. You'd rather have that happen on a Saturday morning than in qualifying or on a Sunday in eliminations. Trouble for both of them. Jim Howard out of control goes 9:31 at a 60.7. Angry Black Paul Bauer goes 12:21 at 26.8. Killing time and Kurt Powers in the right. The Fine Line 468 Chevy, Mark Fox and Restorations, HP Engines, Ken Myers Jr. Left lane Wildfire, Brandon Greider, Bakersfield, California. Big block Chevy 540 in the 1979 Colt TR2. Thanks to Little Mama for letting me run with the boys. Crew Chief Frank Kush, the Professor. Dr. Glenn Hutchison, the tuner. Pit crew, Bo Allen, Blair Lynn, Jimmy B, Melissa, and Ryan. TNT Truck and Crane, Greider Motorsports, CP Carrillo. Arias Pistons, Rex Hutchison Racing. Elite Reels, Uncle Jess Cantina, The Lunch Bunch of Oildale. MJ's Action Photography. A fully loaded rope out there. Final test and tunes of the morning. Killing time, Kurt Powers right. The 007, 3241 a Wildfire, and Brandon Grider in the left lane. Right lane, the 007 killing time. Kurt Powers goes 5:57 on the ET, 156.58 the mile per hour. Wildfire, Brandon Grider in the left goes 6:42 at 121.36. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right. Pro Comp Flats. Northridge, California, the Dart, Cole TR2, 600. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew. Joey Gross, Paul Hanonian, Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie and Luke. Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson, TNT Racing, Culver City, California. Cole TR2, DRC E2, Chevy, UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply, Uncle Paul and Joey Gross, Jim Burrows Sr., Jim Burrows Jr., Mark O'Day, and Terry Anderson. Burn Notice, Fulkerson goes 626, 130.91. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right goes 6.67 at 118.96. Kelly Reed, boat owned by Mike DeClark in the left lane. No boat name yet. Hickman, California, Jeff Lornis. The Daytona DSR 521, GS Racing, DSR Marine, GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lat Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, K6 Graphics, John Mills, POF Pop-Off Valves, MPD Kevin Christian, Bart's Barbarian, Matt Rogers, Van Nuys, California, the 590 BBC, 78 Cole, Rogers Construction and Management Group, and the Golden Child who made the trip down. The 537 boat looking good with a 6.43 to 126.8 mile per hour. Only ran the one boat down that time. We had two of them lined up on the scoring screen. Super E, warm them up. Super Eliminator, warm up. First round qualifying, Super E, warm them up. So Molly Girl, Steve Burnett scheduled to go on the left, 462 Sanger. Stevie B, Mark and Diane Reese, Reese Motorsports, McLaughlin and Hound Dog Racing. Thanks to lovely wife Sue for the support and encouragement. Bart's Barbarian, Matt Rogers. Left lane with Molly Girl goes 720, 115.65, a 767, 114.6 for Matt Rogers and Bart's Barbarian in the right side. Without a trace, Joe Murky in the left, Pinole, California, 509 Chevy, Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms out of Manteca, Lori's Water Truck Service out of Manteca, and Sean's Customs French Camp, California. Bastard, Brandon Owens in the right. The Liberty, BBC 540. Without a trace, Joe Murky left, Bastard, Brandon Owens right, scheduled to go. Without a trace, Joe Murky goes 6.11, 142.49, and 8.11. 97.35 for Bastard. Brandon Owens getting in another test and tune lap here at Lake Ming. Blown by Twins and Brian Glidewell out on the rope once again. The Twin Turbo LS 427 Cheyenne. 2S2G Contracting, Swim Step Mafia, Glidewell Performance Marine, Whitemeyer Racing, Superior Billet, Evans Motorsports, D&D Refrigeration, High Tech Performance, 629 Racing, KP Automotive. Brian Nelson with Jet Products, Norco Automotive, Noah White. Special thanks to my wife and crew for putting up with me. Super Eliminator to the lanes. Super E to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up. Pro Comp Flat, warm up. Super E to the lanes. We'll get that twin turbo down the track. The Cheyenne 427, blown by twins. Brian Glidewell goes 4.16 to the 660 marker, 107.96 the mile per hour. Super Eliminator to the lanes. Super E to the lanes. Little Blue and Craig Lucas, Danville, California, Cole, TR1 BBC 540. Field of Construction and Roofing, Mankins V Drives. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson, Paso Robles, 565 Canyon Chevy, Single Jack Speed and Marina. Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, DPT. Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toves Welding. Torgerson getting it down to the other end. Looking more Torgerson-ish on that one. 594, 132.03. Little Blue, Craig Lucas over there on the right goes 628. 131.74 for the Blue Boat. The Butcher, Cole Irick, 632 Howard. Running the Chevy, Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Kurt Williams, Robbie and Kim helping out along with Lori and Allie. No Clue, Rick Box, Bill McGinn. The Curtis 555 Chevy. Thanks to Gian and Bryce. Of course, thanks to Il and Paggy. Thank you, NJBA. Left lane over there, Cole Irick doing a little dancing. Goes 617, 115.71, the Butcher. Rick Box, No Clue, goes 7.10. 123.86 was the mile per hour on the run. Drag this, and Tyler Riggs will be in the right. The Chevy Cole TR4 557, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing, Abracadabra in the left, Bob Prigmore, Lake Havasu City, Placecraft 572, Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter, David Ebert, D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, Kornowski Custom Marine. 695, 107.83 for the left lane. Abracadabra in that Placecraft, Bob Prigmore. Drag this. Tyler Riggs goes 828, 95.72. Super E, third call to the lanes. Super E to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat to the lanes, first call. Pro Comp Flat, first call to the lanes. Super E, third call to the lanes. For qualifying round one. Cherry Popper, Carly Craig in the right. PW Racing and Fab, Prestige Power Washing, Case Home Remodeling, Cooler Cards, Hotline Welding and Solutions, Sperry Works, DM Industrial Supplies, Pin Striping by Pood, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Development, EBGB, Michael Jewell in the left, Orange, California, the 500 Chevy, Cole, Craig Road, the engine builder. Oh, we got one of them down there. Heebie-jeebie, Michael Jewell, 624. 128.31. Season opener 2026 out here at NJBA. Just get things started on the season opener. I want to thank all the great NJBA fans for coming out as we're packing the shoreline here at Lake Ming. Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson. Jim Robertson owns the boat. The 501 Curtis Dart, watch this thing take off. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson, CP Carrillo, Aries Pistons. Wow, not messing around. First run of the weekend. And Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson goes 370. 3.70, 121.57 to the 660. Super Eliminator to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat to the lanes. Easy Money and Jonathan Souza. Tracy, California, the Howard. Keith Black, 572. Special thanks to Joey at Gross Racing Engines. Out there at Arizona, NHRA. Dealing with some tricky hot track temperatures out there in the desert at Firebird. Along with Shane Westerfield. Shane's not racing with us this weekend either. $657 for Easy Money. Making it look easy. 125.85. Cherry Popper Carly Craig at 803 at 95.27 the mile per hour. Rambunctious. David Poffenbarger, Pleasanton, California, the Canyon 540 Chevy. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing. Joe Shelfo with Shelfo Racing. And the Super Crew, Mike Barnes and Mike Pope. Special thanks to my wife, Maylin, for making all of it possible. Poff goes 6'11", 140.63 first run of the weekend, of the year. Rambunctious. David does a little help on the mic, of course, out there at the event that never happens, the Outlaw Nationals. And, of course, helps out Ross Wallach and does the roundy round circle boats. Quick draw on Randy Reynolds, the 521 Brad Anderson. On the rope, right lane. Final call to the lanes for Super E. Super E, final call to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat to the lanes. Having some trouble there is Quick Draw. Randy Reynolds right on the hit of the throttle, lost it. And they'll get the jet ski out to assist. Let's see if he can fire it back up. And he does, but he lost it. All right, trying to bring it back to life, get it down the other end. The jet ski coming out to help. All right, looks like truck and trailer back to the in ramp for the 806. Truck and trailer in ramp 806. Gonna take the long way back behind the rope. Got the 806 entry, Smoking Whitey, Jim Shelton back out on the rope, blown gas flat. Stockton, California, the 3D 500 Chevy. 3D Custom Boats, Joey and Ron Gross Racing, Rick McGee, Adams Underground, and Screw Crew. Smoking Whitey and Jim Shelton lays down a 6:01. 128.55 the mile per hour down at the big end. Final boats for the test and tune. We've called Super Eliminator and Pro Comp Flat up to the lanes for qualifying round 1. Super Eliminator Pro Comp Flat to the lanes. Blown gas flat, warm up. Blown gas flat, warm them up. The 0070, pay attention. Steve Tambert, Sacramento, California, 482 Cole. John Vieira helping out, the co-driver. Rex Hutchinson Racing out of Sacktown. American Hardwood Floors and More out of Medford, Oregon. And Hunt Menados out of Sacramento. Pay attention. Pay attention in the right lane. Steve Tambert goes 703, 109.30 the mile per hour. Final few boats out there on the test and tune before we get ready for qualifying. Henry and Tyler Souza. Rod Souza, the boat owner out of Tracy, California, the DeMarco 540 Gross Chevy. Cannon Marine helping out along with O'Reilly Auto Parts. Cheryl, Rich, Mike, and Bob on the crew. 563 truck and trailer to the in-ramp. 563 truck and trailer to the in-ramp. The 000 Henry, Tyler Souza goes 640, 125 on the mile per hour. We've got fair warning in Matt Hudson, boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward, California. How many boats does Jim own? Jim must be a Van Halen fan with that name. Escalon, California, the XH1 Fine Line, Rex Hutchinson, Rodak 540. Special thanks to Jim Robertson and family. It's a fine line. And of course, Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchinson, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchinson Motors. Fair warning in the right lane. Fair warning, having some issues out there, dancing it around a little bit for Matt Hudson. The Pro Outlaw machine goes 987 at 50.63. Pretty much getting out of it there. On a right lane single test and tune. Super Eliminator Pro Comp Flat. You should be up at the lanes. Blown Gas Flat had the call to warm up. We're going to call you up to the lane shortly. Randy Melvin, the Mesa, Arizona driver in the no-name boat, 187 in the right lane. Randy Melvin with a 950 at 83.5. All right, wrapping up the test and tune. And we'll be red course for just a few moments here. Good time to head on down to the Manufacturer's Midway Vendor Alley. Check out Brad Martin. Get yourself an event T-shirt. Just be down for a couple minutes. We got to do some work over there at the barge real quick for our timing and scoring. Also, our food vendors are on site as well. You can get yourself some lakeside munchies. And a cold adult beverage. All right, working on some things down there at the starting barge. Good time to head on down. Pay one of our snack bars a visit. Manufacturers Midway, Vendor Alley. We got RESP, the 50/50 raffle tickets. And of course, the event t-shirts and hats and much more. Go see Brad Martin. Tell him Chappie sent you. As we'll return to action here shortly with round one qualifying. It'll be Super Eliminator, followed by Pro Comp Flat. And we just warmed up Blown Gas Flat. Attention in the pits. The announcing area is looking for an extra 10 by 10 easy up. We had to donate ours down to registration. So you know where we're at on the pecking order there on the chain of command. But if you got a 10 by 10 easy up you're not using, bring it on down to announcing. We appreciate it. We'll take care of it. And we'll even fold it up and return it cleaner than when we got it. Wow, this microphone is magical. Ask and you shall receive. The Easy Up just arrived. Thank you to Team IRIC Racing, taking care of us over here at the NJBA season opener. All right, Joe, what else do you want? Case of Jack Daniels, case of Coors Light. See how long that takes. All right, getting everybody back into position, bringing Craig back over, and the NJBA Team Rescue, also called Lake Ming Water Uber. And we're hanging out over here all weekend long at the IRIC Racing announcing booth at the NJBA. And here they come once again when they're not saving lives and keeping everybody safe on the water at NJBA. These guys are actually Chippendales dancers. Blown gas flat, bring them up to the lanes. Blown gas flat, bring them up to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro, warm them up. Pro Comp Hydro, warm them up. An amazing picture down there on the rope right now, if you can zoom in that close. A bunch of NJBA competitors, drag boats on the rope. Lake Ming, the home of the National Jet Boat Association. Double down, Cole Forest. First pair up, 565 Chevy Canyon Marine, Forest Transportation. Kale Engineering, Gross Racing Engines. Sunday Shooter, Ricky Sneed in the left. Bakersfield, California, the local driver, 454 Chevy Big Block Hondo. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Blue Diamond Pools, Bear Mountain Auto. Double down, Cole Forest goes 7-11 on a 700 dial-in, 116.62. Sunday Shooter Ricky Sneed goes 844 on a 800, 93.54. First pair of qualifiers in Super E going down the track. Blown gas flat, second call to the lanes. Blown gas flat to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro, warm them up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm them up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm them up. All right, scoring aborted the run. They'll get things straight up there at the starting line at the barge, and we'll get ready for the next one. I believe it'll be No Name and Mark Lane. Both 358, the BBC 500 Rogers. Wife Stephanie Lane helping out along with Jim Leonards, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, and Kevin Felkins. It'll be the 75, Amy Ann Freeberg in the right. That's the 73, DeMarco Runner Bottom, the Ford 427. No name Mark Lane in the left, qualifying for Super E, round one. $9.29 on a 9.60 for Amy Ann. Over there in the right, left lane, no name, Mark Lane. Definitely has it dialed in. How about a 698 with an 8 on a 6980 dial in? Gonna be tough to beat all day if he's on that number, 110.86. Next pair of qualifiers in the left, it'll be Bart's Barbarian, Matt Rogers, Super E, Van Nuys, California, the 590 BBC, Rogers Construction and Management, wife Sarah Rogers and the Roger Family Circus, and my golden child who made the trip down. Thanks to Anthony, Tyler, Jeff, Collie, and Luke. Special thanks to Bob Pierre, Paul Hananian, and Rob Steele. One more toy, Steve Penberthy in the right. Sparks, Nevada, the 540 Mike Miller Chevy and the Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Austin Shin, Mike Finazzi, Hanan Penberthy, and Kinsey Dingley helping out. All right, looks like the left lane won't go. One more toy, Steve Penberthy ready in the right. All right, we're looking for boat 080. Truck and trailer to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 080 to the in-ramp, please. All right, Rescue 2 telling us we have a green course. That's what we all love to hear. That means smooth conditions and fast conditions out here at Lake Ming, the home of the National Jet Boat Association, as we start the 2026 racing season. And a bunch of fast boats ready to qualify down there hanging out on the rope. These guys got to be getting hot out there in these conditions. Want to remind all the drivers and race teams to stay hydrated throughout the weekend. As it'll be Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler. Couple of Super E's. Good song by Bon Jovi. Santa Ynez, California, the Cole Chevy 540. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools. Magnum Greg's TV and VCR repair. Shotguns, Doug's Transmissions. Polly's Excavating. Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing. Special thanks to Joe Shelfo. Who's that? And thanks to the whole crew, Mom, Dad, and everybody that helps out on Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler. Over in the right, one more toy, Steve Penberthy. Sparks, Nevada. The 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator. L&H Concrete helping out along with Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports. Big League Racing. Special thanks to Austin Shin, Mike Finazzi, Hannon Penberthy, and Kinsey Dingley. Blown gas flat, you should be headed to the lanes if you're not already there. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Blown gas jet warm up. Pro gas flat warm up. Unblown fuel jet warm up. All right, they come to life. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler in the left. Right is one more toy, Steve Penberthy. Super Eliminator qualifying run, round number 1. One more toy, the birthday boy. I believe it was yesterday. Steve Penberthy celebrating his 29th with a 603 on a 600. 130.60 on the mile per hour. Bad Medicine Jordan Endler in the left goes 654 with a 1 on a 6540. Jordan Endler, Bad Medicine. 119.31 was the mile per hour. All right, Jordan, don't make any changes. That thing's dialed in for the rest of the weekend. Because that's how these things work, right? You just go back, put them on the trailer, and then bring them back out, start them up, and they work great. Anybody that has a recreational boat knows that that is not true, let alone a badass drag boat at the NJBA season opener. We got If Looks Could Kill, Steve Ross in the right. Drag This, Tyler Riggs in the left. Super E qualifying round 1. If Looks Could Kill, the 498 entry. Steve Ross looking good over there on the right. A 712 on a 700. 106.77 the mile per hour. Drag This, Tyler Riggs in the left. Runs an 863 on an 827 index. 92.90 was the mile an hour down there. A little bit of a breeze kicking up here at Mink. Little Sister and Jared Phillips. That means the green shirts will be out. Donnie LeBon, the boat owner out of Livermore, the Placecraft 521 Ford. Jim Pachota Racing, Hydrophobia Racing, Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Pump Life, WCRO Midra. Pinball Wizard and Drew Dominique. Jared Phillips gets an 875 on an 800. 91.10 was the mile per hour in Little Sister. Now we should have Pinball Wizard. The Who with 2 songs now. Blown gas jet, pro gas flat, and unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Blown gas jet, pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Pinball wizard Drew Dominique. Driver also known as the Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Kid. We'll see how this one goes. 582 Southwind Tunnel Dragster. Titan Clutch Drew Fab. JP Marine Pump Life Concepts. High Tech Performance. Anti-gravity batteries. Host Vending. Good looking run by Drew Dominique and Pinball Wizard. The 790 entry goes 8.16, 95.23 on the mile per hour. Cherry Popper in the left. Carly Craig's been out on the water a few times for some laps at Test and Tune. It's a 540 Performance BBC. PW Racing and Fabrication, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development, Hard Coatings, Jay's Havlines, Sperry Works, and KW Blondes. Super Eliminator qualifying. Blown gas jet, pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Carly Craig with an 853 on an 800. 74.19 the speed. Currently will stick her into the number 9 spot. Jordan Endler up there in the top spot. Over Mark Lane, Steve Penberthy, Cole Forrest, Steve Ross, Drew Dominique, Tyler Riggs, and Ricky Sneed. And Carly, Jared Phillips, Amy Ann Freeberg, Matt Rogers, and Paul Bauer in the competitive Super E class. Moving into Pro Comp Flat qualifying round 1. Blown gas jet, Pro Gas Flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Heart attack to Sean Forrest. Hollister, California, the 565, Joey Gross Canyon. Forest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering, Snakebite, Jay Brakefield. Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Left lane, Snakebite, Jay Brakefield goes 655 on a 650. 119.49 the mile per hour. Heart attack over there in the right. Sean Forrest just missed the number. He goes 599.3 on a 605, breaks out by 0.056 on the qualifying effort. Brakefield, the number 1 spot. Forrest, the number 2 spot. How you doing, man? Hustler and Jason Mulliken. Citrus Heights, California, the big Brad Anderson 540 Curtis. We've got a capsule boat in the right lane, folks. How about a 451 for Hustler, Jason Mulliken? And the quickest mile an hour so far of the 2026 season, 198.20 miles per hour. Even MJ liked that one. Pro Outlaw Exhibition, warm them up. Pro Outlaw Exhibition, warm them up. Right lane, next pair, high wires, Sean Rogers. Pro Comp Flats going at it in qualifying round one, Northridge, California, the 600 Dart, Cole TR2. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, and the Rogers Family Circus Crew. Joey Gross, Paul Honani, and Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Left lane, high strung. Great looking boat, Gary Riggins. Visalia, California, the 500 flat. Chevy 3D Hondo. Wife Lisa, son Justin helping out along with crew chief Bob. Also Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting. HUR Racing Engines, Sean and Frank. High strung and high wire. We're getting high down on the starting rope. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right. High strung, Gary Riggins in the left. Pro Comp Flat qualifying round one. Should be a good one here. How about a 617 on a 600 dial-in for high-strung Gary Riggins in the left lane. He went 129.07 down there through the lights. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right will go 6.69 on a 6.50. 118.53 was the mile per hour. Pro Outlaw Exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw Exhibition to the lanes. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston out of Gardnerville, Nevada. The K1 by Kryptonite, 454 Chevy. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing. Cold-blooded, Kelly Black, HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal. $655 on a 6.30 for Kryptonite, Sean Thurston, 126.47. puts him in the number 5 spot. Cold-blooded Kelly Black, the number 2 qualifying position with a 650, 640 dial in. 128.14, so it's Brakefield, Kelly Black, and Gary Riggins, the top 3. Pro Comp Flat. Just getting things started in round 1 qualifying on the season opener for NJBA. Child abuse at JoJo Masick, the 555 big block Chevy Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out so quick. Nick Rose Insurance, Got Flat, Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel, Williams Precision, East Valley Performance, PW Racing and Fab, and Naughty Shine, Little Blue, Craig Lucas, the 540 Cole TR1 BBC out of Danville. Fielder Construction and Roofing, Mankins V Drives. Child abuse. JoJo goes 663 on a 650 for the number 4 spot. Little Blue, Craig Lucas to the number 3 spot with a 635 on a 625. 130.31 the mile per hour. All right, I believe we got Rambunctious and David Poffenbarger in the left. Pleasanton, California, the 540 Chevy Canyon. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross, Joe Shelfo, Mike Barnes, and Mike Pope. David, pretty consistent in Rambunctious, runs a 611 on a 605 index. 134.3 the mile per hour. .358J, easy money. Jonathan Souza in the right. Tracy, California. The Keith Black 572 Howard, thanks to Joey Gross. Wildfire Brandon Grider in the left. The Big Block 540. 1979 Cole. The local out of Bakersfield. TNT Truck and Crane, Grider Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons, Rex Hutchison, Elite Reels, Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale, MJ. A 641 on a 6.30. 121.2 for Wildfire, puts him in the number 14 spot. In the always competitive Pro Comp flat bottom class. Breaking Bad and Mike Torgerson in the left lane. Paso Robles, California, the Chevy Canyon 565. Single Jack, Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine. DPT, Rossland's Performance Motorsports. Mitch Toves Welding. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the left, a 6.19 at 131.8 on a 5.88 index. And they're still having a heck of a problem with the 358 boats. But Mark Lane getting a lot of love from the microphone. That was not Mark, but they keep showing him up here. That pass in the right lane was a 654 at 128.50. Pro Outlaw exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw exhibition to the lanes. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, warm them up. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, warm up. DBGB and Michael Jules got that thing dialed in today, a 630 at 127.84. Pro Gas flat bottom. Andre and Tyler Souza, the 000 entry out of Tracy, California. Rod Souza, the owner of the boat. The DeMarco's Chevy, 540 gross. Cannon Marine and O'Reilly Auto Parts helping out. Burn notice in the left, Tom Fulkerson, TNT Racing, Culver City, California, the Colt TR2 Chevy. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply. How about a 6.401 on a 6.400 for Andre Tyler Souza? In the right, left lane, burn notice, Tom Fulkerson goes 641 on a 622. 129.72. The Butcher, Cole Irick, the 013 boat. Cole TR4, Chevy 632. Masick Racing helping out along with Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg. Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine. And thanks to the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. Pro Outlaw, Exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw, Exhibition to the lanes. And Cole having his hands full out there, the Butcher. And he'll stop right there in front of the NJBA tower, and they might have to get him some help unless we can get some fuel in there and get him fired up. All right, got that thing fired up. Wasn't done yet. Got it down to the other end. They got some issues to work out there in the Butcher, the 013 boat with Cole Irick. All right, a good one here. Last toy in the right, the 820. Frank Kush, the owner. Sperry, California, the Chevy Cole TR2. Hutchison Racing Engines, Roy Cook, the engine supplier. Thanks to the crew, Joe Martin, Pam, Melissa, and Paul, Roy Cook, and Sean Giroux. Blacklist in the left, that's Nicholas Childers. Rex owns the boat. Bakersfield, California, the local hot shoe. 521, Brad Anderson Hondo. Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports, Josco Construction, Jeremiah Allen Racing. Hans Wernhardt, CP Carrillo, Nick Horton, George Johns, Born Vintage Hot Rods, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lloyd and Ellen Childers, Paws and Claws Pet Resort. And you're getting this pairing, and it's only Saturday morning qualifying round one. Blacklist. Childers over there on the left goes 605, 137.03 to a 6.13 for Giroux in last toy. 134.65 the mile an hour. Good looking run by both boats. Quick eliminator to the lanes. Pro eliminator to the lanes. Top eliminator and mod eliminator. Warm them up. It'll be Pooch and Jeff Martin. Jim Whiteley owns the boat. Long Beach, California, the 540 Bullet TR4 Cole. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, NGK Spark Plugs. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen. Bakersfield, California, the 526 Brad Anderson Mako. Canyon Speed and Marine, Clean Blaster Braces, DPT, Ron and Joey Gross. So it was just Pooch, Jeff Martin in the left lane. He goes 595, 138.59. He was getting it down at the other end. Jeff always runs good out here. Left lane, Smoking Whitey, Jim Shelton. It's like Wild Child having a rough morning so far. Over there on the right. And the breeze now starting to blow around the starting barge ceiling there with the easy up tarp. Moving around a little bit down there on the barge. And now Jim Shelton has issues. So Smoking Whitey and Shelton had some issues there in the left lane right at the hit. Ends up with a 6.02, not too shabby, 130.02 on the speed. And still trying to see what's going on with Wild Child down there on the right. So Jeff Martin sitting in the number 1 spot, and Pooch, Smoking Whitey number 2. Childers will be 3, and Sean Giroux sits number 4. It's a 537 boat. Kelly Reed is the driver. DeClark's the owner. Hickman, California is home to Kelly Reed. 521 Jeff Lornes, Daytona DSR, GS Racing, DSR Marine, GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lat Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, K-Sticks Graphics, John Mills, Pop-Off Valves, MPD, Kevin Christian, GS Marine. Greg Shoemaker used to sponsor me when I was a competitive slalom skier. Thanks, Greg. A great sponsor to have on your team. Probably on his second bag of sunflower seeds already this morning. $87.9 on your FM dial. Please have it on in your pit and tow vehicle. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator. To the lanes, please. QE and PE to the lanes. Third call. And they'll get Wild Child a little help. Truck and trailer for the 255 to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 255 to the in-ramp. Here we go. Kelly Reed in the Mike DeClark-owned boat in the left lane. Right lane flat confused. And Joe Martin. Flat confused at Joe Martin will go 579, 141.14 the speed in the right lane. Kelly Reed in the left will go 6.31, 126.36 was the mile per hour. Jeff Martin in the number 1 spot. Kelly Reed will go to number 6. Quick decision is Steve Cranford. In the right lane, the Watsonville, California driver, 501 Curtis Kraft, 540. Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. Killing Time, Kurt Powers, Fine Line, 468 Chevy, Mark Foxen Restorations, HP Engines, Ken Myers Jr., Glenn Hutchinson, Brian Manning helping out. Robert, Robin, and Marlene. Left lane showing a 553 at 156.28. And trouble over there on the right side for quick decision. And the jet ski will come out to assist. Truck and trailer for the 878 to the Lagoon Ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 878 to the Lagoon Ramp. Top eliminator, mod eliminator to the lanes. Top eliminator, mod eliminator to the lanes, please. Quick eliminator, pro eliminator to the lanes. All right, getting the course clear down there at the Lagoon Ramp. Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler ready to go. Qualifying attempt here for Jordan. Santa Ynez, California, the Chevy 540, Cole. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools. Magnum Griggs TV and VCR repair. Shotgun Doug's Transmission. Poley's Excavating. Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing. Joe Shelfo, and thanks to the whole crew, Mom, Dad, everybody that helps out. Pro Comp Flat qualifier. Jordan Endler and Bad Medicine nails a 656 on a 6.50. 118.46 the mile per hour. Alcohol Abuse and Ted Pippin in the right. Pro Comp Hydro, Big O Tiles, El Dorado Hills, Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, Poser Racing. .13 the elapsed time, 131.94 for Alcohol Abuse and Ted Pippin. The Pro Comp Hydro running in the right lane on the single. Right lane will be Zach Rauscher, Unlimited Outlaws up at the rope, Alpine, California, the 570 Miller, BBC Cheyenne. BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engine, Rawls Precision Machine. Stroker Ace, Chris Owens in the left, San Diego, California, the Cheyenne, 555 Chevy. Mike Miller Racing Engines, BLR. .396 at 113.5 for Zach Rauscher in the right. No name on the boat. Stroker Ace, Chris Owens in the left goes 4.18. 107.40 the mile per hour. Goes to the number 2 qualifier. Rauscher sits number 1. It'll be Bad Business, Austin Cole in the right. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds in the left. Cole the Ford. Ultra Tona Papche, the 600. 629 Racing, KP Automotive. Axis ADOS, Curtis Custom Cranes, Weimer Composites. Powder Tech helping out on Pickle Nasty. BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine. Bad Business, Austin Cole goes 389 to the 660, 115.5. Pickle Nasty goes 4.16 in the left, 108.07 the mile per hour. It'll be the 724 Whitey, Duncan Patterson, Alpine, California, 565 cubic inch Chevy Tunnel. JP Marine, Blue Skies Heating and Air, Mike Miller Racing. How about a 5:76 elapsed time at 122.61? Duncan Patterson goes to number one. Right lane single for Blown by Twins, Brian Glidewell. The twin turbo LS 427 Cheyenne. 2S2G Contracting, Swim Step Mafia, Glidewell Performance Marine, Whitemeyer Racing, Superior Billet, Evans Motorsports, D&D Refrigeration, High Tech Performance, 629 Racing, KP Automotive, Brian Nelson with Jet Products, Norco Automotive, Noah White. Special thanks to my wife and crew for putting up with me. Blown by Twins, Brian Glidewell. Glidewell goes to number 3. It'll be a 4.07 at 110.40. Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator to the lanes. Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator to the lanes. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Up to the water's edge, ladies and gentlemen, NJBA fans, we have Final Outlaw and Chris Irick in the right. Crazy Train and Wes Kahn in the left. Final Outlaw owned by Joe Irick, Brad Anderson Deaver, 541. Orberg Excavation, Williams Precision Machine, Competition Coatings, Connolly Marine, Norco Automotive, Mom and Michael Sunglass Tent, D&D Refrigeration, and Masick Racing. Crazy Train, the Brad Anderson 471, Cornell. Moving down the track in honor and memory of Charlie Kirk, RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, and Andy DeMint Landscaping. Special thanks to my wife, family, and crew. Should be a good qualifying side-by-side run here with the Pro Outlaw boats. Final Outlaw right, Crazy Train left. All right, safety boat tells the barge, we have a green course. 578 for Crazy Train in the left. 139.03 on a 520 index. 6.13 for Final Outlaw on the right. Chris goes 144.10 on the mile per hour. It'll be double vision. Danny Stone in the right. The 928 entry, the Brad Anderson, Grimes, Curtis 501. Glenn Sweezy Racing, Foothill Precision Machine. Joe Blatter Fab, Joe and Donna Peck, Craig Turner Construction, Working Stiff Lifestyle, Joe Shelfo Racing, Sign Depot in Solita. Special thanks to Glenn, Tom, Penny, and David. Throttle Junkie, Mark Reese in the left. Fort Mojave, Arizona, the Sanger Chevy 462. Wife Diane, along with McLaughlin Supply, Hound Dog Jim Howard, Reese Motorsports, Mark Reese, the Arizona Boat Guys. Stephen Sue Barrett, praise the great Lord above. Thank you, Jesus, for the fun. Thank you to NJBA for getting it done. Throttle Junkie left, double vision right. Pro Outlaw qualifying. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you're missing a pair of shades, they are green. Some good looking shades. We found them on a bike ride down to the hamburger stand, and we got them over here at the announcing booth. Pair of sunglasses, green and black. Double vision in the right, throttle junkie in the left. Danny Stone goes 544, 167.29. Throttle Junkie having issues right there at the rope. A 544 elapsed time, 167.29 for Double Vision and Danny Stone. Over there on the right lane. Oh, for 572. Truck and trailer for the 572 to the in ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 572. Throttle Junkie to the in ramp. All right, it'll be an exhibition run, a single. For Donnie LeBon and Hydrophobia. Donnie is the boat owner, Livermore, California, the TFX Placecraft. This would be Big Sister. Denver Capsule. American Turbine, Drew Fab, Titan Clutches, Pashota Racing, WCRO Media. Schuler Racing, CP Pistons, Pump Live. Crew Chief Glenn Schuler. On the crew, Carol Schuler, Tim Eagle, Jared Vance, Stephanie Luchetta, Stephanie Sandeffer, Kathy Eagle. You'll see them in the green shirts. They also have the T-shirts for sale this weekend. Stop by and see them at the pits, but don't drink all my Mai Tais. They'll put him in the left lane for the single. And here we go, Donnie LeBon, Hydrophobia. It's like he had a little trouble right off the rope. That nose of that boat was pointed a little bit towards the far shoreline to the right. Little hesitation at the start, but then once he got on it got loose, wanted to go dancing a little bit. He ends up with a 6.19. 6.19 elapsed time for hydrophobia. 101.81 was the mile per hour for Donnie Laban. Quick eliminator, pro eliminator, top eliminator, mod eliminator. You guys should all be up at the lanes. That'll wrap up Q1 qualifying. That will get everybody up to the lanes. Out of control, and Jim Howard, Granada Hills, California driver, the 568 Canyon, RMS, AZ Boat Guys, O'Grady's Bar, Howard's Signery, Extreme Boat Mist, Andrews Powder Coating, L&L Anodizing, Balboa Boulevard, Elite Reels, McLaughlin Supply, Bear Trailers, Lifeline, and LA Golf Carts. High Wire, Sean Rogers, Northridge, California, the 600 Dart Cole TR2. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey, Paul Hananian, Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Pro Comp Flat, blown gas flat. Warm them up for qualifying round 2. Pro Comp Flat, blown gas flat. Warm them up for round 2. High wire, Sean Rogers left, out of control on the right. Jim Howard. A 6.60 on a 6.50 for out of control on the right, Jim Howard. High wire, Sean Rogers in the left goes 6.69 on a 6.50, 117.5 miles per hour. Procom flat, blown gas flat. To the lanes, please. Procom flat, blown gas flat. To the lanes for qualifying round 2. Snake by Jay Brakefield in the right. Wilmington, California driver, the 565 Chevy in the coal. Special thanks to family, Robert Simons Racing's Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo, and Arias Pistons, JoJo Masick, Child Abuse, Masick Racing, the big block Chevy 555 Canyon. Both those drivers are well experienced. How about a 655 for JoJo on a 6.50? 122.31. Snakebite Jay Brakefield goes 659 on a 650. Doesn't get much closer than that. 118.23. Good side-by-side drag boat race, and it's only qualifying round 1 for Pro Eliminator. It'll be Heart Attack, Sean Forrest, and one more toy, Steve Penberthy. One more toy, Steve Penberthy goes 6009 on a 600 index, 130.06. You want to save that one for the final. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the right. Check this one out, not too shabby, goes 6.06 on a 600. 131.5 the mile per hour. Good run by both guys. Are you a legend? If you're a legend, we have your car keys. So if you are a legend, you're about to lose your car. Anyways, we have some car keys over here at Lost and Found with a legend patch attached. There's also a green lanyard that says, God is faithful, Lifehouse. So there you go. We have your keys. It's a Ford Mustang, or it's a Ford product. Promised Land, Kenny Boswell in the right. Double down, Cole Forrest. Right lane, Promised Land, Kenny Boswell. The 49 entry will go 7.10. On a 700, not too shabby, 121.71 is the mile per hour. Fire me up, and Sam Villavicencio, Ojai, California driver, the Chevy 470. Thanks to Joey Gross for building a great motor. And raising the bar of the race team, crew chief Dave Filichowski, Keith Angie, and Lisa for the support. Thanks to Wayne Metler for his constant help and guidance. No name, Mark Lane. I've only called his name out 37 times today, but he's ran 3 times. So he's getting some good publicity today on the microphone. The Rogers BBC 500. Of course, Stephanie Lane, his wife, helping out with Jim Leonard's, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, and Kevin Felkins. I once kneeboarded at the river behind a Rogers. I think I was doing about 70, and I'm just glad to be here today. That's all I got to say. And the engines come to life and we're ready to go. Q1 qualifying. Final boats to run. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat. To the lanes for qualifying round 2. No name. Mark Lane has it dialed in. How about a 706 on a 700? 110.84 the speed. 726 for Fire Me Up on a 700, 117.4 for Sam. Looks like it'll be a left lane single for our next qualifying attempt. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat to the lanes for qualifying round 2. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat. Abracadabra and Bob Prigmore, the 298 entry in the left lane single from the LHC Arizona 572 Placecraft. And all kinds of issues right off the hit there. And the Placecraft will come to rest, try to get it fired back up to get it down to the other end. And no magic on that pass for the Abracadabra boat. Truck and trailer for the 298 to the lagoon ramp, please. Truck and trailer for the 298 to the lagoon ramp, please. Pro Comp Hydro warm up. Pro Comp Hydro warm up. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat, to the lanes, third call. Paso Robles, California, 565, Canyon Chevy, Single Jack Speed Marina, Templeton Flooring, DPT, Without a Trace, Joe Murky, Pinole, California, Hubbard Machine, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms, Lowers Water Truck Service. Joe Murky just a tad quick, goes 599 with a 5 on a 600. Breaks out by 004. 595 with an 8 for Torgerson on a 600. So currently they're shown at number 3 for Murky and number 4 for Torgerson. Touch too much, Stephen McNeil. Jetstar Boats, the Gross Blown BBC 5, Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance. United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Mohan Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. An 8.18 on an 800 index. 99.41 was the mile per hour. Unlimited Outlaw, right lane, looks like dead man's hand. Watch this thing launch. Always exciting. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes for quali round 2. Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson. Just consistently puts down the numbers, a 361, 124.4. Once again, if you're missing a set of keys, we have your keys. Has a legend patch and a green lanyard attached. Looks like a Mustang. Matt Hudson in Fair Warning, Escalon, California, the Rex Hutchinson Rodak 540, XH1 Fine Line. Jim Robertson and family, it's a fine line. Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchinson, Joe Shelfo, Rex Hutchinson Motors. Working that steering wheel off the launch, runs a 561 on a 520 for Fair Warning, and Matt Hudson, 153.96 the mile per hour. It'll be drag this. Tyler Riggs in the right. Cole TR4 557 Chevy. Fleming Racing Engines. O'Reilly Auto Parts. TPE Plumbing. Molly Girl Steve Burnett. Mark Reese owns the boat. 462 Chevy and the Sanger. Stevie B. Mark and Diane Reese. Reese Motorsports. McLaughlin. Hound Dog Racing. And my lovely wife, Sue, for the support and encouragement to go racing. 842 for Stevie B. 99.79 in the left lane. Right lane, drag this. Tyler Riggs. 854 and an 800. And 93.13 miles per hour. Riggs gets that dialed in off the start. He'll be tough to beat throughout the weekend. A .0003 red light. So close. Altered States, Chris Cranford, Watsonville, California, Ron and Joey Gross, CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Potson, AMP by Kirsten. Rambunctious, Poff in the right. Pleasanton, California, D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross. Check out Rambunctious. David Poffenbarger just laid down a 6006 on a 600. Dial in 138.31. Cranford goes 621 on a 600, 150.12 the speed. And it'll be high-strung Gary Riggins in the right. Visalia, California, the 3D Hondo, 500 flat. Chevy. Wife Lisa, son Justin helping out, along with crew chief Bob, Wade, Robert, all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting. HUR Racing Engine, Sean and Frank. Double down in the left, that's Cole Forrest. A QE against the top E. 565 Chevy, Canyon Marine. Forest Transportation, Kale Engineering, Gross Racing. High strong, Gary Riggins in the right goes 6.13 on a 600. Double down, Cole Forrest in the left to go 7.14 on a 700. Sammy Maloof, please report to the registration trailer. Sam Maloof, please report to the registration trailer. Hey, as the sun keeps beating down on us over here, want to thank Team Iric for kicking down, letting us borrow the easy up. Plus, we're looking good, and we're giving Iric Racing a lot of pub there, a lot of props there. But Iric Racing, a big part of NJBA, and we appreciate you guys for letting us use the easy up for the day over here at the announcing booth at NJBA Trailer. Final boats of the first round of qualifying. We're already calling them up for round 2 of qualifying. Pro Comp Hydro up to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro up for round 2. Pro Comp Hydro. If looks could kill, Steve Ross. The 498 entry, Upland, California, the 540 Chevy Advantage, Steve Ross Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, Lefty's Pinstriping, Cherry Popper, Carly Craig, the Performance Boat, 540 BBC. .16 for if looks could kill in the left lane. 716 on a 7.00. 107.24 was the mile per hour. 778, little too quick for Carly on a 800. Breaks out by 0.21 seconds. 97.68 the mile per hour. Sunday shooter, Ricky Sneed in the right. Bakersfield, California, the big block Hondo 454 Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield. Dallas Macon's Props, Bear Mountain, Little Sister. Jared Phillips, the Placecraft. Hydrophobia Racing, Jim Pachotto Racing. .22 for Little Sister, Jared Phillips. I could see the whole bottom of that hole when he left. On an 800, 83.25. Sunday shooter, Ricky Sneed goes 928 on an 800. 82.72 the mile per hour for Sunday shooter. Pinball Wizard in the right, Drew Dominique, the BBC 582 Southwind Tunnel Dragster, the Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Kid. He's also known as Drew Fab Incorporated, Titan Clutch helping out along with JP Marine, Pump Life Concepts, High Tech Performance, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and host Vendine. Bastard and Brandon Owens will be in the left. The BBC 540 Liberty boat. Time running out to get those 50-50 raffle tickets. Head on down, RESP or Abigail Cole. Get those 50-50 raffle tickets. Also, they got hats and shirts over there. Brad Martin, tell him Chappie sent you. SoCal Jet Boats. All right, they're signaling in. We have a green course and Pinball Wizard. Drew Dominique in the right up there. Bastard Brandon Owens. I got no lane sponsors this weekend. If you guys are interested in being a lane sponsor for the NJBA, contact one of our officials, staff members. And I'll be calling your name or your company's name out all day as a lane sponsor. Or for that matter, if you're just interested in sponsoring the NJBA, we'll take care of you. Remember, time running out for our 50-50 raffle. Go on down and see the lovely ladies at RESP. Abigail Cole will take care of you as well. She goes around mobile. She'll sell you a 50-50 raffle. Also tomorrow, to get the race day started, the chapel service, Team RFC, Races for Christ. Sunday, 7:30 in the grass area now down there near Vendor Alley. And everyone is welcome. Doesn't McLaughlin still sell those cool trucks? All right, down at top end, we're going to have to send a jet ski. He's already down there, but we're going to be down for a minute. They went green course a few minutes ago, but we got to go tend to a boat. Everybody's okay. We just got to get the jet ski to help. And it turns out he's already on him, so we'll get ready to go with Bastard, the next pair in the left lane, Brandon Owens, and Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique in the right. They'll purge the nitrous. Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique in the right, the 790 entry, the 618 entry, Bastard, Brandon Owens in the left. And obviously just Bastard getting it down to the other end. Brandon Owens goes 801 with a 6 on a 800. 94.68 the mile an hour. Great run by Brandon Owens in the left lane. Goes to the #1 qualifying spot. Truck and trailer for the 790 to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for the 790 to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Hydro up for qualifying round 2. Pro Comp Hydro, third call to the lanes. Once again, truck and trailer to the in-ramp for the 790. All right, loading up the rope down there on the starting barge. Final boats in first round of qualifying out there as we've called up the first classes for the second round of qualifying as we'll get ready to go. Great conditions out here at the home of the NJBA for the season opener 2026, Lake Ming. Make sure you check us out on the all-new YouTube channel. The 75 entry, Amy Ann Freeberg. The mode boat, DeMarco Runner Bottom, the 1973, inherited from her dad. Used to race this boat from 73 to 76. Got it back, restored it, got it ready to go, and good to have that DeMarco out here. If you get a chance, go check it out in the pits after. Beautiful boat. 427 Ford, Tom Bentley V-Drive, 3D fiberglass. DeMarco Boats, Derek Staberg, Sonny DeMarco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Cal Concepts, Dion Giuliano, Treeberg Law and Legal Minds, Bill McGinn, Rick Box, No Clue, Clovis, California, the Curtis Chevy 555, Rick driving Bill's boat. No Clue, Rick Box will go 7.18 on the elapsed time on a 700, 120.17 the mile per hour. Amy Ann Freeberg will run 931 in the right, 81.55. She'll be in the number 2 spot behind Michael Jewell in Heebie Jeebie. Rick Box will go to number 5 behind Mark Lane. For top eliminator. Just got news, things cooling off a little bit tomorrow. We're going to drop it down to 87 degrees for you. Currently coming in at 92. Well, at least we're not out at Firebird. Arizona is hot with the NHRA race. All right, it'll be a left lane single coming at you next. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes for Q2. Pro Comp Hydro. Heebie-jeebie, Michael Jewell sits in the number 1 spot. Pro Gas Flat Bottom, Orange, California, the 500 Chevy Cole. Craig Road, the engine builder. Steve Kenneth and the Heebie-jeebie crew. And he's been hauling the mail all day. A 640, 127.25 for Michael Jewell will stay in the number one spot. Little Blue, Craig Lucas doing some laps today on a Saturday at Lake Ming. Danville, California, the 540 Cole TR1 BBC. Field of Construction and Roofing, Makins V Drives. Easy Money, Jonathan Souza out of Tracy. Joey Gross Racing helping. Easy Money, Jonathan Souza got it down to the other end, 656 on a 648. Respectable run, 126.24. Craig Lucas, usually real consistent, had his hands full on that one. A good save, settled it down. And he'll try to fire it back up to get it off the course. And will do so. It'll be Kryptonite and Sean Thurston in the right. Fallon, Nevada, the K1 by Kryptonite, 454 Chevy. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. Henry, Tyler Souza, Rod Souza owns the boat out of Tracy. 540 Gross Chevy in a DeMarco. Cannon Marine, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Cheryl, Rich, Mike, and Bob on the crew. $649 in the left for Souza. 124.12 on a 640 dial in. Thurston goes 653 on a 6.30. 125.26 was the mile per hour. Snakebite, Jay Brakefield will be in the right. Wilmington, California, Chevy, 565. Cole. Simon's Racing Engines, Brad Simon's RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Ayers Pistons, Uncle Jess, Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale, Angry Black, Paul Bauer in the left, Discovery Bay, the 555 Chevy 2000 RGR, Mom, Corporate Construction Services, Mad Dog Racing, and Gross Racing Engines. Angry Black, Paul Bauer in the left goes 634 on a 609, 128.6 the mile per hour. Right lane, Snakebite, Jay Brakefield to lay down a 659 on a 650, 118.91. Jay getting it dialed in. High wire in the right, Sean Rogers. Couple pro comp flats. Northridge, California, the Cole TR2 600 Dart. Thanks to Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew. Joey Gross, Paul Hananian, Bob Perea, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Cold-blooded Kelly Black in the left. Kelly's Custom Tile, HUR, and Shave Ice in Paradise. Right lane, Rogers goes 674 on a 650, 117.4. Cold-blooded Kelly Black will lay down a 668 on a 648, 124.99 the mile per hour. Bad Medicine, Jordan Inler, Santa Ynez, California, the 540 Cole. Mark Inler and Snap-on Tools, Magnum Greg's TV and VCR repair. Shotgun Doug's Transmission, Pulley's Excavating, Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing, Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson, TNT Racing, UPR, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply. .656 on a 650, 118.6 the speed for Bad Medicine. Jordan Edler. Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson in the left will lay down a 647 on a 628, 125.68. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. Blown Gas Jet, warm them up. Pro Gas Flat, warm up. Unblown Fuel Jet, warm them up. Pro Comp Hydro, bring them up to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro, bring them up. Child Abuse at JoJo Masick. 647 on a 650, 125.68. Pro Comp Flat Competitor. NJBA Regular. Wildfire, Brandon Grider in the right. Bakersfield, California, the big block Chevy 540 79 Cole TR2. Professor Frank Koosh helping out. Little Mama for Let Me Run with the Boys. Dr. Glenn Hutchinson. JoJo. Left lane, another big block Chevy, the 555 Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engine back. Nick Rose Insurance, Got Flat, Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance, PW Racing and Fab, and Naughty Shine. 657 on a 650 for JoJo. 122.61 as they look to get it dialed in. Wildfire Brandon Grider goes 648 on a 636. 120.72. JoJo will sit number 5 after that one. And Brandon currently at number 9. The Butcher, Cole Irick, left lane single, 632. Chevy, Cole TR4. Getting the feel for that boat. And Cole Irick with a nice pass, a 599 on a 580. 137.5 down at the top end. Pro Outlaw, warm them up and then bring them to the lanes at 3 p.m. Pro Outlaw, warm them up and bring them to the lanes at 3 o'clock. Without a trace, Joe Murky in the right. Bernal, California, the 509 Chevy Cole. Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms. Lori's Water Truck Service at Sean's Customs out of French Camp. Killing Time, Kurt Powers, the Fine Line, 468 Chevy. Mark Fox and Restorations, HP Engines, Ken Myers Jr., Glenn Hutchinson, and Brian Manning. $545 for Killing Time. Kurt Powers in the left, 157.23. In the number 1 spot, without a trace, Joe Murky in the number 2 spot is 6.01, 145.99. Stroker Ace, Chris Owens in the right. Zach Rauscher left. Blown Gas Jets, Stroker Ace. Chris out of San Diego. Alpine, California. Zach Rauscher calls home in the left lane. $589 in the right for Stroker Ace. Chris Owens, 135.25 the mile per hour. $596 in the left, 105.09 for Zach Rauscher. Pickle Nasty in the left lane. Tony Hammonds, Unblown Fuel Jet. Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine. Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine. Mike Miller Racing Engines. On the Tap H2O Solutions. Special thanks to wife, mom, Danny, and Uncle Mike. Gage and the best toe in the business, Garrett. Guess I'm allowed to say it if it's on the screen. Ron Burgundy for you. I told him 3. Pro Outlaws, go ahead and bring them on down after you warm them up. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring them down to the lanes. Warm up. All bracket classes warm up for round 2 of qualifying. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator, warm up. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds left lane. Up there on the rope, ready to go. All right, Tom Hammonds left lane, Pickle Nasty. The Drunken Pumpkin. And the Big Orange Boat with a 603, 123.89 the mile per hour by Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds. The left lane single qualifying effort. Unblown fuel jet for Pickle Nasty. It'll be Pooch and Jeff Martin in the right, the LBC driver. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo. Joey and Ron Gross and 3D Custom helping out for Jim Shelton and Smoking Whitey in the left. $580 for Jeff Martin in the right, 135.9 in the number 2 spot behind Joe Martin. Smoking Whitey, Jim Shelton, a $595 at 128 in the number 3 spot behind Jeff Martin. Unlimited Outlaw, Blown Gas Jet, Pro Gas Flat, Unblown Fuel Jet, Pro Outlaw, and Exhibition. Bring them up to the lanes. My buddy Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson will be in the right. Paso Robles, California, the Chevy Canyon 565, Single Jack Speed Marine, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft, DPT, Rossland's Performance, Mitch Toes Welding, Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the left. Hollister, California, the Joey Gross 565 Canyon, Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson, the Rice goes 594 with a 9 on a 5940 dial in. 131.72, Torgerson's best run. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest goes a 601 on a 602. Breaks out by 004, 132.13. Torgerson goes to number 2 behind Tyler Souza. Forrest sits at number 17. Blacklist, Childers in the right. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen in the left. Blacklist and Nick Childers goes 624 on a 134.54 mile per hour run. Wild Child Jeremiah Allen having the issues all day. Runs a 6:33 at 132.5 the mile per hour. Kelly Reed, the Mike DeClark owned ride. Hickman, California, the Daytona DSR 521. Jeff Lornes, GS Racing, DSR Marine, GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lad Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, K-Sticks Graphics. And a 611, 127.4. Bad Business in Austin Cole out of Washington. The Ultratona Pap Cheholf 600 Ford. Austin goes 387 to the 660, 116.03 the mile per hour. He goes to number 2 qualifier behind Dead Man's Hand and Glenn Hutchison. It'll be a right lane single for the 519 entry. Unlimited Outlaw, Blown Gas Jet, Pro Gas Flat, Unblown Fuel Jet, Pro Outlaw Exhibition. To the lanes. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator to the lanes. And it'll be rambunctious. David Poffenbarger, the 519 in a right lane single qualifying attempt. Pleasanton, California, Canyon 540 Chevy. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing Engines. Joe Shelfo is Shelfo Racing. Thanks to the super crew, Mike Barnes, Mike Pope, and to my wife, Maylin, for making it possible. 618 on a 605 for Poffenbarger. Rambunctious in the number 5 spot. 133.8 was the speed. As the W word starts to kick up a little bit more. Blown by Twins down there in a left lane single. Brian Glidewell. Unlimited Outlaw. Twin Turbo LS 427 Cheyenne. 2S2G Contracting. Swim Step Mafia. Glidewell Performance. Whitemeyer Racing. Superior Billet. Evans Motorsports. D&D. High Tech Performance. 629 Racing. KP Automotive. Brian Nelson with Jet. Norco Automotive. Noah White. Brian lays down a 406 at 110.78, the speed. For Blown by Twins, Brian Glidewell, that left lane single qualifying effort puts him at number 4. Good time to cruise on down. Time running out to get that raffle ticket. It's going to cut off pretty soon. Also, the snack bars are open for business. Get yourself a cold beverage and some lakeside munchies. Brad Martin, SoCal Jet Boats open for business. And, of course, RESP. All right, calling the rest of them up for qualifying round 2. Pro Outlaw making their way up. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator. Bring them up. Any of you photographers out there missing a filter, I believe that's what it is. I'll check with MJ. We got it over here, Lost and Found, also known as announcing. It'll be Touch Too Much. It's Stephen McNeil, the Gross Blown BBC 5 Jetstar boat. Gross Racing, High Tech Performance, United Engine Machine, STD, Moham Machine, Rex Hutchinson Racing. .20 and 820, 98.02 the mile per hour on an 800 for Touch Too Much and Stephen McNeil in the right lane single. All right, we need you guys up for Q2. We're up against it with the conditions here this afternoon. Q2, we need you guys up here. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator. If you haven't run your second qualifier, we're calling you up. Blown gas jet, Pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet, Pro Outlaw exhibition. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator. Up for Q2 now. To the lanes. All right, we need you guys up for the second round of qualifying. If you have not run second round qualifying, bring them up. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow our Team RFC Racers for Christ will get the chapel service started at 7:30 in the morning. Down in the grassy area by the vendors, everyone is welcome. Team RFC Racers for Christ, 7:30 tomorrow morning for the chapel service. Want to thank IRIC Racing once again for the easy up. I actually don't think I'm going to return it. This will look good on the sandbar at the river. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed, Bakersfield, California, the big block Hondo, 454 Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto, Dallas Macon's Props, Blue Diamond Pools, Promised Land, Kenny Boswell on the left, the 540 Gross Singer. Left lane for Boswell, 704 at 122 on a 700. Nice run. Sunday Shooter in the right. Ricky Sneed goes 884 on a 800. 93.04. Dead Man's Hand, left lane, Glenn Hutchinson. Boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward, California. The 501, Curtis Dart. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing Family, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson and Joe Shelfo and Rex Hutchinson Motors. This thing is a rocket launcher. Watch them leave, folks. Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson. I told you. How about a 364 to the 660 at 123.30 miles per hour for Glenn Hutchinson. Dead Man's Hand, the 487 entry on the left lane single. That's your number one qualifier. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator. Up to the lanes now for Q2. All right, step up to the shoreline. We got a good one for you coming up. It'll be Final Outlaw, Chris Irick in the left lane. Put them close to the shoreline so all you photographers could get some good pics. The Brad Anderson 541 Deaver. Orberg Excavation, Williams Precision Machine on the boat, Competition Coatings, Conley Marine, Norco Automotive, Mom and Michael, Sunglass Tint, D&D Refrigeration, and a special thanks to Masick Racing. Throttle Junkie in the right, the 572, couple of Pro Outlaws, Fort Mojave, Arizona, Chevy 462 Sanger. Special thanks to wife Diane, McLaughlin Supply, Hound Dog Jim Howard, Reese Motorsports, Mark Reese, Arizona Boat Guys, Steven Subere. Praise the great Lord above. Thank you, Jesus, for the fun. Thanks to the NJBA for getting it done. Throttle Junkie in the right, Final Outlaw in the left. Throttle Junkie Mark Reese in the right goes 5:57 on a 5:20, 149.6. Final Outlaw Chris Irick, it looked a little sluggish off the line, right on the hit once again. Ends up with a 5.93 elapsed time on a 5:20. 152.4 was the mile an hour. So he's definitely getting it down at the other end. Qualifying round 2, if you haven't run, you need to be down here at the lanes. Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Mod Eliminator, to the lanes. Single in the right, the high wire boat, Sean Rogers, Northridge, California, the 600 Colt TR2 Dart. Thanks to Dad Matt, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey Gross, Paul Hananian, Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Right lane single for Sean Rogers in high wire. All right, going to load up the rope. Going to finish up round 2 of qualifying and look to run Super E round 1 as we always do on a Saturday. High wire and Sean Rogers at the rope. Right lane single. High wire in the right. .66 on a 6.50. 117.38 the mile per hour for High Wire and Sean Rogers. All right, loading up the rope. Going to finish up Q2 here on a Saturday. First race of the year, the season opener 2026. National Jet Boat Association, Lake Ming. Still time to tell a friend. Come on out tomorrow and enjoy a day of eliminations. Tell a friend, tell an enemy. I told my ex-mother-in-law. I hope she doesn't come out. Bring it up, West Con, the crazy train to the right lane, the 424 entry. The Brad Anderson 471 Cornell. Crazy train moving down the track in honor and memory of Charlie Kirk, RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, Andy Dement Landscaping. Special thanks to wife, family, and crew. Double vision, Danny Stone in the left lane. Brad Anderson, Grimes Curtis 540. In the 501 Curtis, Glenn Sweezy Racing, Foothill Precision Machine, Joe Blatter Fabrication, Joe and Donna Peck, Craig Turner Construction, Working Stiff Lifestyle, Joe Shelfo Racing, Sign Depot and Salida, Glenn, Tom, Penny, and David. Should be a good one here. Crazy Train in the right, Double Vision in the left. The lids will come down and they'll hit the loud pedal. Crazy Train in the right will lay down a 525 on a 520, 173.7. Trouble for Danny Stone in the left with Double Vision going 1104, 41.9. And a good looking run by Wes Karn and Crazy Train. Got a little bit sketchy there towards the end of the racetrack. It'll be the 722 Snakebite Jay Brakefield in the right. Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Robert Simons Racing Engines, Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Aries Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina and the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Left lane, Abracadabra and Bob Prigmore. From the LHC in Arizona, Lake Havasu, Placecraft, the DNE BBC 572. Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter, David Ebert helping out, along with D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, and Kornowski Custom Marine. All right, we got 20 minutes. You got the final 20-minute call to get your 50-50 raffle tickets down at RESP. 20-minute call for the raffle tickets. You got 20 minutes. Head down to RESP for the 50-50. Snake bite in the right. That's Jay Brakefield, your driver. Abracadabra Bob Prigmore in the left. Brakefield in the right goes 653 on a 650. He's got that thing dialed in today. 121.48. Abracadabra Prigmore in the left goes 671 on a 650. 115.29. Out of control, and Jim Howard will be in the next pair in the left lane. Granada Hills, California, the Canyon 568. RMS, Arizona Boat Guys, O'Grady's Bar, Howard Signery. Extreme Boat Mist, Andrews Powder Coating, LNL Anodizing. Balboa Boulevard, Elite Reels, McLaughlin Supply, Bear Trailers, Lifeline, LA Golf Carts. Thanks to the crew, Robert, Billy, Steve, Sue, Kristen, and crew chief Mark. Thanks to the NJBA staff for all the hard work. Altered States, Christopher Cranford. Watsonville, California, the GMC 500 Curtis. Ron and Joey Gross Racing helping out, along with Joe and Donna Peck, CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, and AMP by Kirsten. Owned by Chris and Kirsten Cranford for 2026. Altered States, Cranford goes 609 on a 600 dial in, 151.6. Great run by Altered States. Out of control, Jim Howard goes 678 on a 650, 124.61. Cranford goes to number 4 in QE. Howard stays at 3 in PE. No Clue in Rick Boggs driving Bill McGinn's boat. Clovis, California, 555 Chevy Curtis. One More Toy, Steve Penberthy in the left. Sparks, Nevada, the 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines. Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. No time in the right, obviously. Left lane, One More Toy, Steve Penberthy, a 621, 115.26. And they're going to let things settle down a little bit as that wind kicks up a little bit more. So we'll be on hold for a few minutes here. Good time to try and go down and get your raffle ticket. They're getting close to cutting it off. Go down and get a 50-50 raffle. As we'll be on a red course for a minute or two. All right, course looking better out there. Rescue says, let's try it. If looks could kill in the right, Steve Rash. Upland, California, the Advantage 540 Chevy. Steve Rash Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, Lefty's Pinstriping. Fire Me Up, Sam Villavicencio, Ojai, California, the 470 Chevy. Thanks to Joey Gross for building a great motor and raising the bar of our race team. Crew Chief Dave Filichowski, Keith, Angie, and Lisa for the support. Thanks to Wayne Metler for his constant help and guidance. Sam Villavicencio all fired up in Fire Me Up. Runs a 7:32 elapsed time on a 700. 116.37 the mile per hour. Super E, warm them up. Super E, warm them up. 498 truck and trailer to the in-ramp, please. 498 truck and trailer to the in-ramp. Super E, warm up, please. Super E, warm them up. Heebie-jeebie, Michael Jewell in the right, Orange, California. Mall Girl, Steve Burnett in the left. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson, Paso Robles, California. The Canyon Chevy 565. Single Jack Speed Marina, Templeton Flooring Precision Craft Marine, DPT. Roslyn's Performance Motorsports, and Mitch Toves Welding. Bastard Brandon Owens in the right. The Liberty BBC 540. Torgy had a rough start to the weekend, but he's getting it dialed in now with each pass. How about a 6.07 elapsed time on a 600 dial in? 129.45 for Torgerson, the former short line water skier. Bastard Brandon Owens goes 8001 on a 800 dial in, 94.25. He left a little early, but it didn't matter in qualifying. Bastard and Brandon Owens getting it dialed in. Number one qualifier. For Mod Eliminator, Torgerson for QE Quick Eliminator currently sits at number 4. Drag this, Tyler Riggs. The Cole TR4 557 Chevy, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing. Cherry Popper and Carly Craig, the BBC 540 Performance. PW Racing and Fab, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Development, Hard Coatings at Jay's Haveling, Sperry Works, and KW Blondes. Right lane, Carly Craig goes 802 on an 800, 83.5 the mile per hour. Drag this, Tyler Riggs runs an 852 on a 93.3. Riggs currently sits number 4 in Modified Eliminator, and Craig moves up to number 2 behind Brandon Owens. It'll be Mallard and Amy Ann Freeberg in the right. The 1973 DeMarco runner bottom. Ford 427, her dad used to race from 73 to 76. Great story behind the boat, and we're always glad to have Amy Ann out here racing with us. Double down, Cole Forrest in the left, the Canyon Marine 565 Chevy, Forrest Transportation, Kale Engineering, Gross Racing. Special thanks to Cole, Kevin, Joey, and Dad. 720, a 720, 112.8 for double down Cole Forrest. A 920 in the right for Amy Ann Freeberg. 75.80 was the speed. Super E up to the grid for round one elimination. Super E up to the lanes. Without a trace, Joe Mirkey. Panola, California, the 509 Cole Chevy. Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms, Manteca. Lori's Water Truck Service out of Manteca, and Sean's Customs, French Camp. The Butcher, Cole Irick in the left. The Chevy 632. Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg. Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine. And thanks to the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. Attention in the pits. 498, Steve Roush. 383, Rick Box. We need you back up immediately. You did not get times. Rick Box in the 383. Steve Roush, the 498. We need you back up to the lanes. You did not get times. That was a 6006 for Without a Trace. Joe Murkey on a 600. 145.60. What a run by Joe Murkey. The Butcher Cole Irick goes 713, 78.34. Once again, no times for the 498 Steve Roush, the 383 Rick Box. We need you back up to the lanes now. Super E to the lanes for elimination round 1. Super E to the lanes. Steve Roush, the 498, 383. Rick Box to the lanes now. Thanks. We need Super E up to the lanes for round 1 elimination. Super E up now. Steve Roush, if you're not already up, we're looking for you up at the lanes. Rick Box, we're looking for you. The 498, the 383 up to the lanes. It'll be fair warning. Matt Hudson, boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward. Matt at Escalon, California. The Rex Hutchison Rodak 540. XH1 Fine Line. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchinson, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchinson Motors. Fair warning, and Matt Hudson in Jim Robertson's boat. Fair warning, and Matt Hudson with a 536 on a 520, 164.19 the mile per hour. All right, we have our 50-50 raffle winner. Get your tickets out. The winner is 178795. 178795 is the lucky winner. Doesn't look like it's Craig today. 50-50 raffle, 178 795. If you have the winning number, go to RESP. You have 15 minutes. It'll be Little Sister and Jared Phillips in the right lane. The 512 entry, Donnie LeBon, the boat owner out of Livermore, California. 521 Ford Placecraft. Jim Pashota Racing, Hydrophobia Racing, Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Pump Life, WCRO Medra. Randy Melvin over there in the left. No name on the boat yet. Mesa, Arizona driver. Once again, our winning raffle ticket. Check your tickets. 178795. I got them. You need to go down to RESP, sir. I got a winner for you, Abigail. He's going to head on down. I just verified the ticket. Good job, man. Little Sister in the right, Randy Melvin in the left. Little Sister having some more issues out there. Jared Phillips gonna come to a stop just past 660 buoy. 894 for Randy Melvin. Goes 83.10. We'll see if Jared can get Little Sister fired back up, get it down to the other end. Heart Attack and Sean Forrest in the right. The Hollister, California driver, 565. Joey Gross Canyon. Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Child Abuse and JoJo Masick. The big block Chevy 555 Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out so quickly. Nick Rose Insurance got flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel, Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance Machine, PW Racing and Fab, Naughty Shine. Attention in the pits, whoever is qualified to tech Bill Miller's boat down in his pit area, we need you down there right away if you are qualified to tech for NJBA or the capsule boat. .605 in the right on a 600. Heart attack, Sean Forrest. Child Abuse, JoJo goes 656 on a 650. 122. So Brakefield number 1, JoJo number 2. Sean Forrest is at number 4. Poffenbarger number 1 for Quick Eliminator. No Name and Mark Lane, the BBC 500 Rogers. Mark Lane in the left lane single. That guy gets in more laps than a circle boat racer. 702 with an 8 on a 700. 111.12. All right, here we go. Quick decision. And Team Cranford, Watsonville, California, the 54501, Curtis Kraft. Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, and Cassidy Rossi. If you're listening, it's AMP by Kirsten. No pause there. I don't want you yelling at me on the YouTube channel. We miss you guys out here. How about a 6.699? 91.7 for the quick decision machine. Remember, at the end of the day, there'll be a driver's meeting over here at the NJBA trailer 30 minutes after the last race. Driver's meeting up here at the trailer 30 minutes after the last race. All right, this will be the re-ride, a rerun, if you will. They didn't get a time. It's the 498 entry. Steve Rosh, and if looks could kill, Upland, California. Steve owns the boat. 540 Chevy Advantage. Steve Rosh Electric, Team C, High Performance Center. Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, Lefties Pinstriping. All right, the right lane single for If Looks Could Kill and Steve Rosh. That's the reride. He got a time, a 7:11 at 108.15, 7.11 on a 7.00 on the reride for Steve Rosh, If Looks Could Kill. It'll be Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed in the right. Bakersfield, California local boy. The big block Hondo 454 Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield. Rowdy's Pool Service. Bear Mountain Auto Repair. Dallas Macon's Props. Blue Diamond Pools. Drag this. Tyler Riggs in the left. The Cole TR4 557 Chevy. Fleming Racing Engines. O'Reilly Auto Parts. TPE Plumbing. And I'm getting a big old sign on my screen said this run has been aborted. Boat 75 and boat 790, we're waiting on you in Super E. Boat 75 and 790 to the lanes now. Boat 75 and 790, Super E, to the lanes now. Sunday Shooter, right lane, 885 at 93.4, and I have no time in the left, no time and no mile an hour in the left lane. For Tyler Riggs, I had no time, no mile an hour. 888 on an 800 for Sunday Shooter, Ricky Sneed. 93.4 was the mile per hour. Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler. Left lane, the Santa Ynez, California pilot, the Cole Chevy 540. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools, Madden and Griggs TV and VCR repair. Shotgun Doug's transmission, Polly's excavating, Jacob the Kid Rodriguez plumbing. Special thanks to Joe Shelfo. Thank you, whole crew, mom, dad, everybody that helps out to make the races possible. Bad Medicine, left lane, Jordan Endler. All right, once again, had the issue in the left lane, just like the pass before. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler. No time. They'll have to go take a look. All right, taking a look at that left lane, had some timing issues. Need to still get a few more boats down the course today. 7:30 tomorrow. Remember, as always, the chapel service getting it kicked off with Team RFC, Racers for Christ. 7:30 in the morning down in the grass area for the chapel service. $393 to the winner. Another successful 50-50 raffle. We appreciate you guys' participation today. We'll be back at it again tomorrow with the lovely ladies at RESP. I still need to head on down and see Brad Martin buy myself a couple of hats. I need some new hats. Drag boat related, of course. All right, we have a green course. The words we wanted to hear, a few more runs to make here on a Saturday, day one, the opener of the 2026 NJBA season. It'll be No Clue and Rick Box. As the engine comes to life, the Clovis, California driver driving Bill McGinn's boat, Chevy 555 in the Curtis. Thanks to Gian and Bryce, and of course, thanks to Il and Paggy. Thank you to the NJBA. How about a 7007, a James Bond on a 700? Rick Box. He had a clue on that run in the No Clue boat. 7.007 on a 7.000 dial in. Bart's Barbarian, right lane, Matt Rogers, Van Nuys, California, the 78 Cole, 590 BBC, Rogers Construction and Management Group. Wife Sarah Rogers and the Roger Family Circus. And my golden child who made the trip down. One more toy, it's Steve Penberthy, Sparks, Nevada. The 540 Mike Miller Chevy. $603, don't make me laugh, a 600. One more toy, and Steve Penberthy got the time he wanted on that one. He was on that run in every aspect. 04 on the tree, 129.82 mile per hour for one more toy. Bart's Barbarian, Matt Rogers goes 657 on a 674. 119.4. If looks could kill, the 498 with a left lane single. Steve Rosh, 540 Chevy Advantage. .10 on a 700 dial in, 111.08. Nice pass in Super E for Steve Rosh. If looks could kill. All right, making sure the course is looking good for Amy Ann Freeberg. Super Ease up at the rope in the right lane. Truck and trailer for boat 7-5, so tough break there. So we got news that the 75 didn't fire. Tough break for the DeMarco. So truck and trailer for the 7-5 to the in ramp. And 565. So I haven't called that one before. Both boats scheduled to run can't fire, and we need the truck and trailer for both of them at the in ramp. So 565, double down, Cole Forest. We need the truck and trailer at the in ramp. 75. Truck and trailer to the in ramp. Well, that's disappointing. You hate to see that happen. They've been running good all day, both boats. So they'll get a little assistance, getting a little tow from the personal watercraft back over to the tow vehicles. All right, red course. We're waiting for the green course call. We have our next pair ready to go. It's Cherry Popper and Carly Craig in the right. The performance boats, 540 BBC. Sponsors helping out on the boat, PW Racing and Fabrication, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Development, Hard Coatings, Jay's Haveling, Sperry Works, KW Blondes, Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique, the Southwind Tunnel Dragster, BBC 582 Chevy, AKA for the driver, the deaf, dumb, and blind kid. Gotta be a Who fan. Drew Fab, Inc., Titan Clutch, Pump Life Concepts, Walker Brothers, Fuel Tech, Toolpath Lab, Schaefer's, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Host Vending, and Hydrophobia. Also, be sure to stop by the Drew Fab and Hydrophobia pits for merch and the highest quality boat parts. We're on a red course. We are on a red course. Final few boats on the day to run. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 7:30. Racers for Christ chapel service. Everyone is welcome. We'll start it at 7:30 in the grass area. As we wait for the course to go green with a few more boats to run on the day, remember a driver's meeting 30 minutes after the last pair or the last boat runs down the track today. Drivers, please report up to the NJBA trailer 30 minutes after the final boat runs. All right, we gave you the intros. Here we go. It's Cherry Popper, Carly Craig in the right, Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique in the left, Super E. 4 more left on the rope. Left lane, gotta love the Southwind Tunnel Dragsters. H71, 63.23. 821, 89.70 for Carly Craig in the right. Angry Black and Paul Bauer in the right, Discovery Bay, California. The Chevy 555 flat, the 2000 RGR. Mom, Corporate Construction Services, Mad Dog Racing, Gross Racing Engines. No Name and Mark Lane out there again. The Rogers BBC 500. Wife Stephanie Lane, Jim Leonards, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, and Kevin Felkins. Drivers meeting will be at 5:30. Drivers meeting 5:30. How about Mark Lane? I believe he was one of the first boats, if not the first boat down the course today. He's the last boat. 699 on a 701 dial-in. Just missed on that one. 112.81. The mile per hour. Angry Black in the right. Paul Bauer goes 6.16. 6.28 was the dial-in. A breakout by 0.11. 130.03. Angry Black was hauling the mail. Buybacks or step-ups till 5:30. Buybacks or step-ups until 5:30 in NJBA trailer. Drivers meeting in NJBA trailer at 5:30. All drivers up at the trailer at 5:30.